masikuthandi isise egameni likayise nelendodana nelikamoya ongcwele amen. Umusa wenkosi yethu Jesu Kristu uthando kaNkulunkulu Baba nobudlelwano kamoya ongcwele makube nani nonke kube nomoya wakho futhi amen. Bandla lithandekayo lenkonzo isikhumbuzo sika Sibusiso Mandla Nkosi Emmanuel Bengu owahlanganiswa noKristu emanzini ombhaphadiso wondliwa ngezwi nangesakramento lomzimba negazi likaKristu uNkulunkulu ke ngentando yakhe epheleleyo usembizele ekhaya laphakade amen. Ngaphambi kokuba siqhubeke nokuzokwenzeka there is a relevant person who will greet us and acknowledge guests, and then after I will say a few instructions pertaining to the memorial service we have today. But I want to make you aware of the order of service that I believe everyone is in possession of. We have an order of service and we shall follow it as is. The order of service is a traditional Lutheran service, an abridged one, because we're a little bit behind the time. We'll try and have it as full but as abridged as possible. We are on page 2. The service will proceed on page 2 with Gaba esingenhla kokufunda komlando. But before we proceed with the service and I make more instructions pertaining to the service, I will invite a sister next to me to do a welcoming and acknowledge guests that should be acknowledged before we proceed with the Eucharist service. Amen.
Greetings and good day to all. Ngicela ukunibingelela ngesibingelelo esithi uKristu uyinkosi. Ngiyabonga kakhulu laphana kubaba wami owundodana ukungipha leli thuba. Kuhlangene konke. Ubaba ngumama kuyena. Mina nguDudu Fihlela, one of abashana baka Professor Bengu, okuyena ocelo umndeni ukuthi adirecte uhlelo lwanamhlanje. On behalf of the family, of the Bengu family, I want to thank you all here today, who are here today to honor, to pay respect, to remember, to celebrate Professor Bengu's amazing and rich life. Let me express the family's gratitude for your presence. We all know that the journey of grief is long, and those who walk it better when they are surrounded by friends, when they are surrounded by family and extended families, and when they are surrounded by the religious community. Since alone they won't be able to face the shock, the pain that the death comes with. Your presence helps the family realize how valuable their loved one was to others and shows what an impact his living and dying has made. So we are gathered here collectively to grieve the loss of the Bengu son, the husband, the sweetheart to our mother Ethel, the grandfather to my cousins, a grandfather, an uncle, a friend, a teacher, and I'm proud to say this, an intellectual, and a mentor to many. I think most of us, we ended up choosing the career of teaching because of him. He was a role model to many, and we are here to comfort the Bengu family, and your cooperation will be highly appreciated for the program as well as for the liturgy and the sacrament for today. So you are all welcomed and feel free, and thank you to our pastors that are here with us, and I'll request that if there's any pastor that we were not able to recognize coming from any other denomination, we will request that they come in front and join, since we are one in the eyes of the Lord. Thank you.
Angisoze ngahlukana no ngithanda kangaka njalo sothandana nami ona lapha I would not be doing justice if I do not recognize the presiding minister for this service, Dean, the very Reverend Dean Dawonde, Dean of Eshowe, who is going to be presiding over this service on behalf of His Grace, the Most Reverend Kosnati Miyaga, and I acknowledge all the pastors as they have been correctly acknowledged. We will be following the order of service as we have it on our pew leaflets. I want to invite the rest of the congregation to join and participate fully in the proceedings of the liturgy. I understand that not all of us here are Lutherans nor familiar with how the Lutheran worship service goes about. If you are not familiar, I just want to simplify it for you. If the Lutherans are not standing, they are sitting. If they are not sitting, they are standing. So when we are not sitting, we are standing. And when we are not standing, we are sitting. How do you know when to stand and how do you know when to sit? When you see Lutherans standing up, please stand up. They will sometimes say things that are not on paper. Just never mind them. Yours is just stand. And when you see them sitting down and probably they're saying some things that are probably not even on the paper sometimes or familiar with, yours is to just sit. Amen. And also, towards the end of this Eucharist service, we will be celebrating the feast, the body and the blood of Christ. And we invite Christians who participate in the communion from their different denominations to fellowship with us when we feast on the heavenly feast. Amen. Siyacela kumndeni ozosifundela umlando. We had organized that the hymns be projected there. I believe they are not projected yet, but during the course of the service, arrangements would be made that the hymns are projected. Until then, we will proceed. We invite a family, someone who has been chosen by the family to come and read the obituary for us as we sing hymn 222. It's a known hymn, Dwala Elangfela. We'll sing it calmly as we invite the designated person to come and read the obituary for us.
Dwala
And I invite the congregation to please stand.
Professor Sibusiso Emmanuel Bengu was born on the 8th May 1934 at Kranskop Mission Station in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. He was the second eldest of 7 children of the late Jeconia and Augusta Nkhunu Bengu. Sibusiso Bengu, his elementary school at Entumeni Primary School. Although he was fond of school, he had to put aside his own studies at the age of 18 and start teaching at the local primary school to assist his parents financially. He later enrolled at Umpumulo Teachers Training College, where he also taught for 4 years. In 1957, he matriculated in possession of 2 teachers' certificates. In 1961, he was joined in marriage to Funeka Ethel Msisi, with whom he would have 4 daughters and a son. Soon after getting married, the young couple relocated to Johannesburg, where he would serve as a program editor for the Radio Voice of the Gospel, a Christian radio station headquartered in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, from 1964 until 1966. Professor Bengu enrolled at the University of Zululand for a BA degree majoring in English and History, where he graduated in 1964. He then went on to complete his BA honors degree in History at the University of South Africa in 1966. It is at this point that Professor Bengu went back to KwaZulu-Natal to teach a Showe Teachers Training College from 1966 until 1968. In 1969, he served as the founding principal of Edlangezwe High School until 1972. He then took a sabbatical to pursue a PhD degree in political science at the University of Geneva, Switzerland. Upon completing his studies in 1977, he returned to South Africa to serve as a professor of history and director of student advisory services at the University of Zululand. With the African National Congress band, he will play an important role in establishing Inkatha Yenkululeko Yesizwe as a cultural movement and mass-based organization to serve the interest of all South Africans. In 1978, Professor Bengu left South Africa with his family to Geneva, Switzerland, where they were in exile until 1991. During this time, he worked for the Lutheran World Federation as its Executive Secretary of Research and Social Action. Key in his task was to work with the churches to fight against injustice and poverty, and mobilize resources for developing countries, including liberation struggle in South Africa. With the unbanning of the liberation movement, Sibusiso would answer the call of the African National Congress leadership to return home from exile. He was appointed as the first black vice-chancellor of the University of Fort Hare in 1991 and served there until 1994. It was during this time that he also accepted the nomination from the President Nelson Mandela to serve in South Africa's first democratically elected cabinet as a Minister of Education from 1994 until 1999. His main mandate was spearhead the transformation of the education system, which included the amalgamation of 17 segregated departments into one National Department of Education. He also served as a member of the National Executive Committee of the African National Congress, 1994 to 2002, and later as a member of the Veteran League. From 1999 to 2003, Professor Bengu served his country as the ambassador to Germany. In this responsibility, he devoted his time to enhance South African-German relations, notable pressing for the importance of increasing German investment in our country. Following his return from Germany, he entered into retirement. However, he continued to contribute to education, research, and community safety by serving as a Chancellor of the University of Fort Hare from 2001. He was Professor and Chair of the ZK Matthews History at the University of Fort Hare, as well as the leader of the New History of South Africa project in 2004. Additionally, he served as the member of the Council of the University of KwaZulu-Natal in 2004. Professor Bengu was recognized for his contribution to excellency in education, political science, theology, and leadership. In this regard, he was awarded numerous honorary doctorates in South Africa and abroad, including Wartburg Theological Seminary, Dubuque, USA, California State University, California, US in 1996, University of Fort Hare in 2001, and University of KwaZulu-Natal in 2013. Furthermore, Professor Bengu received several awards during his career for his contribution in education and political science. These include the Award of Great Minds of the 21st Century from the governing body of editors of the American Biographical Institute, US, for his accomplishment with the field of education and social research in 2002. As a writer, he authored a number of publications, including African Cultural Identity and International Relations, and analysis of Ghanaian and Nigerian sources in 1976. Mirror or Model the Church in an Unjust World, 1984. Furthermore, he also served as editor of the Development Education Forum, 1980 to 1991, a publication of Lutheran World Federation. Pursuing his commitment to fighting injustice and poverty, Professor Bengu served as a founding trustee of the African Center for the Constructive Resolution of Dispute, that is ACCORD. During his spare time, Professor Bengu enjoyed music, especially choral music and reading. Professor Bengu is survived by his wife, Funeka, his children, Nomonde, Tandeka, Bongi, and Lunga, a son and a daughter-in-law, 11 grandchildren, as well as a great-grandchild. Lala ngoxolo Xolosi Hlabazane Ngwane. Thank you.
friends and members of the family that are here, that are accompanying the family, and all now, I can say you are all welcomed. I did welcome you, and you are all introduced now. And then I'd like to thank our pastors for the, you can see me now, I'm energetic than before because I've been blessed. Our pastors that are with us today, as well as for all the nomination that could make it for today, we humbly acknowledge you. So, over and above, I'd like to acknowledge the Bengu family and the Msizi Bengu family and the relatives, as well as the Msizi family for Mom, on the side of Mom Funega. Siya namukela, siya acknowledge, siya jabulela ukukhona bomthimkhulu abahle. Abahle, you know, when my uncle decided to choose a wife, she went extremes. He said, no, I'm gonna take this lady. So siyanamukela nonke, and then can I say all protocol observed so that we don't leave anyone. So our program, I'll request my speakers to be precise and straight to the point, and then I know that whatever they're gonna say, they'll be telling the truth. But can I assure you, if you deviate from what I know, because I spend a lot of time with my uncle, and if you deviate, I will correct you here. So I will now request the community, a tribute from the community of Ntumeni that will be represented by Inkosi Mafihlela Dube. Over to you, Ndabezitha. Kodwa ekhaya akasiye Ndabezitha. Kuyahlupha mase Ndabezitha ekhaya. Sorry.
Abaphathiswa bonke bevangeli bekhona phakathi kwethu, ngibingelele ungqongqoshe okhona phakathi kwethu, ubaba uMchunu, ngibingelele ubaba uDlomo, ilunga leParliament, nodadewethu lapha ya abakanye naye, makhansela akhona ngokukhethekile umndeni wakwaBhengu, zihlobo zonke zakwaBhengu, naye wonke umuntu obone kufanele ukuba azophelezela lensizwa elele lapha namhlanje. Ngiyafisa ukuba ngiqale lapha ya uNgcolosi ebuya emazweni ngesikhathi belwela inkululeko, ukubuya kwakhe esaba ngisho ukuza ekhaya ngendlela ipolitiki eyayiseyiyona, kodwa ke uthe ukusuka eFort Hare wakubona kufanele ukuba eze ekhaya eNtumeni. So ngiyalikhumbula lolo suku lapho esihlangene khona emndenini wakwaBhengu sizomemukela njengesizwe saseNtumeni. Baqhamuka abantu inkalo zonke belubalubela ukuzobona lo muntu ovela phesheya Sibusiso Bengu obekhula khona la endaweni yaseNtumeni. So siyisizwe ubaba uBhengu ngizothi unenselelo ayishiyile esizweni noma eyishiye nasemndenini. He is the only professor obekhona endaweni yaseNtumeni, akekho omunye. Kodwa ke kuyinselelo le okufanele siqhuqhumezele kakhulu einganeni zethu ukuba ngempela kuyadinga ukuthi lesi sikhala masivaleke, izingane zifunde ukuze zizofika kuleli zinga. Simkhumbula kakhulu ngesmile sakhe. Umuntu obehlale esmile ngaso sonke isikhathi. Angazi ukuthi kwakwenzekeni kuyena wakhuliseka ngandlelani kanjani. Akaze umthole ubuso buyenye into noma elele embhedeni esegula kodwa uma uqhamuka he smiled. Asmile futhi ubona ukuthi uqhamuka ngaphakathi ekujuleni kwenhliziyo yakhe. Ube ubaba ohlukile. Ngiyafisa nje kuba ngikusho ukuthi uvela emndenini wamakholwa ezalwa ubaba umfundisi uJekhoniya benoma Mchunu. Umfowabo kaMfundisi uJekhoniya uShedrack naye ewumfundisi. Nomfowabo wakhe futhi omunye uNiklaus naye ewumfundisi. Beabefundisi bonke. Ngizama ukugcizelela umuzi wokholo esikhulele ngaphansi kwawo ukuthi kube umuzi wokholo onomlando entumeni, unomlando wokholo. Ngiyafisa ke kuba ngithi sidabukile kakhulu. Kodwa ukudabuka kokwehlukana nomuntu ebesimthanda ngendlela eyisimangaliso nanomuntu obenothando. Ngifisa ukwedlulisa lo mlayezo egameni lesizwe sasentumeni ukuthi uma senihlezi phansi nilivakashelele livesi Isaiah 41 verse 10 elithi, so do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous hand. Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu Ndabezitha ukusikhumbuza ukuthi asingathi noma kunjena sicabanga ukuthi silahliwe khona umhlabeleli wasoluthela othi musu ukuthi ulahliwe bambelela nje ezwini uqinise ukucela. Ngiyoxolisa ngoba ngu-program director konke encane nje ngicela ukuyenza njengamanje ngizocela nje ngiyababona lapha omdu xulu ngisacela nje ngenithi ukungiculela kancane ngisafuna ukuzwa nje amaluthela nje cula nje nikhethe noma liphi iculo enilizwayo futhi nilicule ngempela ngoba likhona iprefect lami ngapha uMageba uma ningaculi ngendlela angase angajabula. Over to you kodwa sibajoyine sibalekelele. Bacela baba uthi senze 215 singasukuma nje futhi uma selicula laba abanamandla okusukuma.
Strong.
I thank you. I give you 10 out of 10. Kulomzuzu njengamanje ngizocela ukuthi siqhubekele phambili, but before siqhubekele phambili, Mam Funeka, Aunt Funeka, siyakuthanda ngoba usithandile. Usenzele okungaphezu kokuqonda okungenziwa umuntu wasemhlabeni kumalume. Nathi besithi noma sezisixakile ngibe ngimfonele, "Aunty kanti kunjeni ukugulelwa kwenziwa njani mase kunjena aunty?" U-aunty usithandile, wasithandisisa kwaze kwaba sekugcineni. Ngizocela i-tribute from kwaDlangezwa, iDlangezwa tribute by Dokotela Nzwili Doctor, not honorable doctor, the real doctor. And not only the title, but the real Dokotela wangempela ke lozokhuluma manje. Okay. Over to you, Butbongsen.
Befundisa abakhona ngaphakathi umndeni wonke wakwaBhengu nesihlobo, Minister Umchunu, Minister waka Police, Deputy Minister Luwaya besingakamazi kahle, Deputy Minister lona, Deputy Minister uRegina, Dr. Regina Haule, Deputy Minister waka Education, comes from Mpumalanga Province. Leadership engibona emva kwethu yaka African National Congress in this region. Angikhomandeke Dudu, because you are part of us in KwaDlangezwa. There are some of the members of KwaDlangezwa who will not be able to come here, because part of our tribute is to reflect what Dlangezwa was to us, what Professor Bengu was to us. So we will sing, sorry that this is part of the program, this hymn, but it was our anthem at Dlangezwa High. So I will request you to wehlela phezansi nabo bonke abasedlangezwa baqoqane laphayana so that we sing that all for 1,000 tongues. As we go down, Namfundisi, I can sing just as good as you. Bonga gongo gwamiba la bonga ngo gweta no guhamba no guhamba no gusha la no gupe bongo Jesu bongo Jesu whenever we meet as former Dlangezwa high school students, we sing this because it was our anthem in our high school. When we visit, and we did, when we visited Ubaba Bengu esemzini wakhe at Durban North, we will sing this with him, and it was pleasing to us. Let me then go on to, because before, I'm really privileged, Mama and the family, I'm one of those on behalf of Amadlangezwa must come and give a message here, Ngobaba, which is a message of celebration. I must also apologize in advance, because I'm from Cape Town, Cape Town, and if flight time is at 3:30, so as soon as I give a message, Minister usenzo mchunu ngeke ngisamlalela mase beka bandla lokulama Luthela bafundisi basemaluthela, this song ethi bonga konke bonga, but this is what umfundisi uMpanza would actually start message ubeke imtshumayelo edlangezwa we under Lutheran church, so we are blessed to have Babu Bengu leading and guiding us in that. So having sang this song, I want then to say what actually amazed some of us. After singing this song, because this was a Monday morning song, when we had an assembly at Dlangezwa, specifically I conduct a principal, I would wish that I won't be speaking if Ngafike Dlangezwa was 76, Mr. City, Ubabu Bengu 76, he was there right up to so la pengathi kuthiwa waqeda ngo-72 kuthina cha wayesekho impela. That's why he guided us. After this song we have just sing for the 1,000 tongues on a Monday morning assembly, either principal wetu or the deputy principal will lead the prayers, and when they were leading, this is one of the prayers that they will do. They started reading this until this Dlangezwa, all of us, this prayer is part of us. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. And where there is sadness, joy. Oh, divine Master, grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive, and in pardoning that we are pardoned. Amen. Professor Bengu will recite this. He will not read like I'm reading today, because I'm saying he will recite it from the heart. And he was therefore instilling in us this prayer to be part of us. And he was actually going through the chat page of Amadlangezwa. We have tried, most of us, to live guided by this prayer that was actually embedded in our hearts by our principal. Now, he continued to remain our mentor, and reciting this without fail. He taught us quite a lot on accountability. And this was actually what was the epitome. All the educators who produced us, they produced us under that guidance of a leadership. Professor Bengu will call you, and I was not one of those by a officer principal. Those who were called to the principal's office, why if you now, Professor Bengu, kodwa uyayibona lento kodwa uyenza sesixoxile nawe ukuthi yimbi lento oyenzile ayehli kahle. Now vume in a very mature discussion abese to Professor Bengu, asibhalele ubaba ekhaya le ndaba uyixoxe ukuthi yenzeke kanjani. truly confessing ukuthi wenzeni bengingayanga start ngaphuma ngesango ngaya nangiyela khona ngabuya sekunjena kunjena ubhala bese ubaba uProfessor Bengu hayi ngiyayicela lencwadi ayivale phambi kwakho ayifaka istembu ayiposele ekhaya abanye babethi kungcono professor ungishaye kunokuthumela incwadi ekhaya if the offense oyenzile was much bigger than just writing a letter uProfessor Bengu nixoxe naye officeini lakhe nixoxe abesethi ayi mntanami nansi imali awugibelwe ekhaya nansi neyokubuya ugibela ubuye futhi kodwa buya noma nobaba ke sizolixoxa sonke lelu daba sindawona who will want to go home in that so ababebuye office besixoxa ethi kwenzekeni kubona sasimane singene emgqeni kanje ungabusafisa ukuye office ngoba we are going to get to go home so we are just saying he taught us accountability so early in life you must account for the things that you do account and be ready to take punishment punishment it was not that beating us it was just this type of a situation some of the members of Idlangezwa High, they say they continue to dress well because babukela Professor Bengu very smart, very clean. He was actually like that. There is something that one picked up that it is not the presence of someone that brings meaning to your life, but the way someone touches your heart that gives life a beautiful meaning. And this is actually crystallizing what Professor Bengu was to us. With his beautiful smile, you would actually see that I really have done very wrong here. Well, Professor Bengu was very upfront. He actually was against that thing, which is ill-treated, like it was happening in Mofige High School. Now, we are here, fortunately speaking, on the behalf of a cohort of many of our students who graduated as teachers, who graduated as doctors, and one of them who graduated as judges. By the way, Gimi Lalanje, who was supposed to speak on this memorial service, Bengu Judge Kampempe, Maptelis. She's unwell. She's a graduate. She's a student of Langezwa High School. There are magistrates who were produced by the team that was led by Professor Bengu. There are sports administrators. The former owner of Lamontville Golden Arrows, Umadlala Uroni, comes from that high school. There is one young star in that high school who is a pilot. But over and above being a pilot, he has bought his own aircraft. Now he flies from Johannesburg, from Lanseria to Virginia, flying himself. He's a product of Langezwa High. And those are the people who have also sent messages that I must, on their behalf, send that thanks to you, Mamfunega, and the family. I would not remember most of our head girls, but we had girl Ukale Mkopozi, no Charity Mdonswa from Newcastle, were very strict. Maybe Bamba ukhulumisa isiZulu because some of them were saying we were forced in Zagala to speak Isingisi. If you were caught speaking isiZulu, you will have to go to the office and be punished for that. And we now really see the rewards of doing that. Our best head boys we have, at the time one was there, was a head boy, Musam Kize, may his soul rest in peace. Utabo Mdlalose, the son of a former first Prima of our province, Babu Mdlalose, may his soul rest in peace. The current MEC for Etia in KwaZulu-Natal, Reverend Musa Zondi, who is also a leader of this church, comes from Langezwa as our head boy. Now, we are extremely happy to have been part of this. If we were to ask, could we have chosen another high school to go to? With what I've just said, we could not have chosen any other except Langezwa High. Because of time, I will not explain. At every given time, we would know that A1, now we can tell A2, who were doing B1 or B2. And so we were all in that category. But again, as I draw towards the close, Minister Mkhunu and Deputy Minister Mohalo, I'm glad that both of you are teachers. As long as we have come to understand that most of these previously white schools are not doing well financially because of the government contribution so much. A lot of them rely and get support from the all boys, all girls program. As long as we have already created our all boys, all girls, maybe in future it will be only all girls, because some of us are still complaining why the school she just about all girls. So the all girls, all boys of schools support, and we have already started planting that seed at Langezwa. We do that in honor of our principal, who did what we have. So when you see us looking like we are better off, it's because we are standing on the shoulders of great giants like Professor Bengu. He led a formidable team of teachers, educators who were dedicated to teach us from nothing to become the best mathematicians who were coming in from that high school. So we will continue to honor Ma legacy Baba, and it's not because we are going to start. We are part of you. We have been to Durban North, sihlale sidle lunch kwakho no Baba and everything else. Noma Baba esebuthakathaka engasafuna ukukhuluma kakhulu, but we have been blessed to have that principal as part of us. Nami sengiyibongele ekugcineni. I'm glad that when I wrote a book, which I don't know whether I did leave a copy with family, about my journey to Robben Island, I was glad with the family ngiphe opportunity, because one of the pictures that I hear is my picture with Professor Bengu, and it is now abasazosifuna isithombe noProfessor Bengu ebasasithola abangaze bayithola mina ngasithatha la ngigqoka usafari wami osedlangezwa, and it's part of the book which I'll leave this film. Mamfuneka, we are celebrating. We know it's a loss, a big loss to you. It's a big loss to all of us, but Teyako is much more. But stay calm, man. Once upon a time, you had a husband, a friend who produced excellent leaders in the world, who continue to be humble, we try, who continue to be honest, we do try, who continue to be focused on their work. And when we look back in our strides, we say we are doing all what we are doing because of Professor Bengu and the team that produced us. We cannot let them be disappointed for the work that they did to us. Thank you very much. Amen.
Siyabonga kakhulu, siyabonga for the lovely tribute, and naye ngiyamnikeza 10 out of 10. Ukubeke kahle kunjengoba bekubeka. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi we are all witnesses that since Professor Bengu was the first Minister of Education, the first thing he advocated when he got to the Parliament was the abolishment of the corporal punishment under his leadership. I'll tell you why. It's true that Dr. Dlomo hardly visited the office. Some of us were not getting letters or opportunities to write letters or money to go home. Some of us were getting something else in that office if you have done wrong. But I assure you, if it happened that Professor Bengu gives you a corporal punishment, it was with a smile. With a smile, and he will end up saying sorry. He will hit you and say sorry. He never wanted to instill pain. He didn't want to see someone in pain. Compared to others that were there as our teachers, I won't say the names, you know them all, who will punish you with an ugly face, with hatred in the face. I think teachers, I'm challenging you. When you talk to kids at school, even when you are reprimanding them, do it with love. Do it with love. Never change your face, because that separates you from, that destroys the connection from you and your students. Then now I'm going to request Umtungwa, Mr. Peki Kumalo, to give us a tribute from University of Fort Hare. Over to you, Umtungwa.
Sanibonani nonke. What I'm going to do today, I'm going to speak on behalf of a whole lot of colleagues of mine. Okokuqala, what I would like to do is to acknowledge the family of Professor Bengu, umama, unkosikazi kaProfessor, ingane zakhe zonke, uNomonde, uLunga, uThandi, uBongi, and the rest of the family. But also acknowledge Minister Mchunu. I was saying to the minister earlier that one of the first things we did when I joined the minister in 1998 as his spokesperson was to go to Ntumeni Primary School. I think it was there. And the person who invited us was Minister Mchunu at the time. And I remember very well, you were the leader of the ANC in then Northern Natal, Manga Pazame, original secretary of the ANC in Northern Natal. Mangcengwane, it's good to have you, and we really acknowledge you. But also acknowledge Deputy Minister Haule, Siyabonga kakhulu Deputy Minister. You're always an inspiration to us. And I know you got a PhD very recently. I see you are using that title now, but welcome and acknowledge you as well. But also generally acknowledge the entirety of the leadership that is here. The leadership of our movement, the ANC, and many, many comrades and family members who are here today. What I am going to do a little bit, I'm going to talk more about what happened at Fort Hare, and then fit Professor Bengu into that picture. And I'm going to talk a bit about politics, if you don't mind. I think today is an occasion that I've got to try and do that, and I can see that everybody here has avoided that angle. And I think Minister Mchunu and some of the leaders here, I'm sure will do justice to it. So as I speak today, I think I represent a generation of activists who were at Fort Hare at the time. In fact, when I came to Fort Hare, I was an underground MK operative myself. And I joined the MK in '86, and I remember it vividly, but having been part of the UDF in the period before. And Fort Hare at the time when we came was a very, very difficult environment. If people remember, there used to be strikes at Fort Hare almost every month. And those strikes and boycotts would go on for 2 weeks, 3 weeks at the time. And so we had student leaders of SASCO who I really want to pay tribute to, that I spoke to yesterday and asked them as to how are we going to pay tribute to our rector, to our minister, to our comrades, and to our leader, Professor Bengu. The other thing that I also want to say about Fort Hare is that we were very strong as SASCO at the time. SASCO, as everybody knows, is more ANC aligned. And of course, there was PASO, the PAC student organization, as well as ASASCO. And by the way, they were beginning to show some strength at Fort Hare during that period of Professor Bengu, those organizations. But all of them told me to, when I speak today, to say that they really are sorry to the family about the passing on of Professor Bengu. Now, what I want to do is to say a few things about Fort Hare. Maybe let me go straight to it. Fort Hare was totally divided by 1989, totally divided against itself. The staff was unhappy, as students were unhappy, as well as the workers, the general workers who were cleaning the grounds and doing all the food on campus, etc. We were all of us unhappy. And Fort Hare's administration at the time was led by a guy by the name of Professor Lamprecht. And the entire administration was white. So our first battle as SASCO at Fort Hare at the time was to speak about transformation of the university. How do we turn it into a people's university, but also how do we ensure that we've got a management team that represents the demographics of South Africa. So this thing about transformation, affirmative action, etc., is not a new thing. It was there in 1989, and I'm sure even beyond, or even before 1989. One of the things that we mobilized students about at Fort Hare was generally around the brutality of the Ciskei police. I think the current police, Minister Mkono, are the opposite of that. And I think we're very proud of the progress that we have made. I mean, we were brutalized. We were shot at by the police. We were killed by the police. We were, shambled by the Ciskei police, etc. at the time. And in most cases for rallying around issues of student demands. What then happened at the time is that as SASCO, and some comrades of mine were reminding me this thing last night as we were reflecting on what to say this morning. In 1989, the local branch of SASCO at Fort Hare started a campaign. And the campaign that we started was a campaign around the whole issue of making the university ungovernable. You'll remember the ANC at the time had made that call, told us as students that we must render the apartheid system unworkable, and etc. And so that's what we did. But on our side, we're focusing on all the campus-related issues. And so we started those riots on those boycotts in 1989. And I can tell everybody in this hall, things were so bad. We did not have a vice-chancellor, and so we needed one. And of course, we started discussing as students about what kind of leaders that are supposed to come here. I mean, these issues that we're now talking about in leadership, about values, about humility, about integrity, all of those things are some of the things that defined us as leaders of the student movement of the time. I must say that when there are two people we sent to then Shell House, and I remember very well, to go and speak to the leadership of the ANC at that time to say, the university is paralyzed, there's no teaching, there's no learning, and everything has fallen apart. How do we then recruit and get a very good academic? And I remember the first person they suggested, Comrade Mkono at the time to the house, turned out to be a spy at the time. We picked it up as students that the guy was a spy that they wanted at the time. The university ran a process that culminated in Professor Bengu's appointment as rector of Fort Hare. Now, maybe just a few things I want to say about Professor Bengu. And I remember very well that at that time when he became vice-chancellor, I was actually vice president of the SRC, of the University of Fort Hare, and later I became president. So I served with Professor Bengu even before I became his spokesman in 1998. So we worked very well together with the leaders of the student movement, dealing with some of those things, improving the academic environment, changing everything, etc., etc. Now, I must say something interesting about the time. Dr. Dlomo, I must say something that you reminded me as well about it. The university had a problem. You know, the problem with those homeland-based universities, there were many, many people who were teachers, lecturers, and workers who were collaborators with the Ciskei regime at the time. And remember, you can't have a situation where those people would want Professor Bengu to become a vice-chancellor. But however, despite all of that, we were united. He was then appointed. And one of the things he did, Professor Bengu, when he was appointed, was to bring in academics to come and work with him. You know, the first person who came to join Fort Hare, before Sibusiso, if you remember Mam Bengu at the time, was Reverend Makenkesi Stofile, the late. And that was the first appointment that was done. Reverend Stofile was border secretary of the UDF. He had served time in that prison in the Ciskei at the time. And we were so excited as students to see him do that kind of appointment. The next person Professor Bengu appointed was Sibusiso, who became DG of Labor later, and who became his institutional advisor at the time, Dr. Sibusiso. So you can see that the caliber of the people that he was appointing were not just aligned to the ANC. They were aligned to the entire liberation movement across the board. And that is why, for instance, we had Professor Ben Huapa. So you remember him, Professor Ben Huapa. Mamping will remember Ben Huapa, the registrar academic at Fort Hare. Ben was BC. He was, PAC, BC. He was not part of the Congress movement like us at the time. But Professor Bengu taught us diversity and the fact that when you bring people, you must recruit the best that you can find to work with in the department of at the University of Fort Hare. Now, I must say something about that period, because I think one of the things that happened with Fort Hare, we were in trouble now, because when he was appointed, We could no longer mobilize about the administration being lily white. We couldn't. We had a problem on the one hand, we had PASO and we had Azasco, who were against us, in the SASCO leadership in the student movement at the time. And remember, those other ones were now beginning to gain ascendance in the university. They were beginning to be popular. And as they were beginning to be popular, we then had to find, what I call a balance between representing the interests of the students on the one hand, but also making sure that those other student organizations, we coexist with them, we grow with them. So this issue for me around diversity, around inclusion, around plurality of political views and tolerance, by the way, political tolerance at the time became very, very important. So what I really want to say, and I'm now just about to close. Professor Bengu didn't raise his voice. You know, Minister Mkhunu, and I want to say this particularly to the ministers and deputy ministers here. I have worked with President Mbeki because after Professor Bengu's time, I became President Mbeki's spokesperson. And I worked with former President Zuma himself as deputy at the time. There was one thing about them that I will never forget, that lives with me, and I speak about it at every turn wherever I go. The title of minister is very important. The title of president is very important. The title of rector is very important. But when you execute that role, you must do it with humility. You must do it with respect. You must treat the people who work for you and work with you in your office with dignity and with respect. Professor Bengu did that. I don't remember Professor Bengu shouting at me as a spokesperson. And in most cases at the time, Minister Mkhunu and other colleagues in the hall, we did not have a list of key messages. I'm going to finish now. We do not have the luxury. We do not have the luxury of, when you work for a minister, you must work for a person that you know will treat you with respect. When you treat a person with respect who works for you, he produces the best results. And so I really think that, for me, the lesson to all the ministers in South Africa, deputy ministers, and I'm going to write a book about it, because it really, really gets to me, that when we speak in public platforms to people, we speak very, very well. And yet the people that work with us, we don't treat them with dignity. We don't treat them with respect. And I really think Professor Bengu taught us that. Just maybe the other thing I just want to talk about a little bit is around Professor Bengu was a family man. Tamim Selego said that in an article with Lincoln Mali today. He was a family man. He was a man of God. He was a revolutionary. I think he was a comrade, and I think he was a leader. But he would never show all of that by sheer use of force against us who were students at the time. Even in the Department of Education, he never did that. I mean, the work that I'm sure tomorrow all the speakers are going to reflect about Bafundisi and the congregation and everyone in the hall. All the things that people are going to talk about him, being an administrator, a man of integrity. He was not involved in corruption. He didn't do the wrong things that people are doing these days. Some people are doing, not all, some. And across the board, by the way. It's not just one side of the political spectrum. He behaved with utmost integrity, etc. And I think those values for me are values that all of us must espouse. And really, I must say, on behalf of all these students who are with Professor Bengu at Fort Hare, I must say we are very sorry to the family. But I think that, the spear has fallen. And I think our role is not to cry today, but our role is to celebrate a life well lived. To ensure that what are the values that Professor Bengu represented at Fort Hare at the time. He stabilized that university. Those boycotts ended. He didn't do it by shouting at us, yelling at us, and treating us badly. And I think for me, those are some of the things that I want to say we must all of us do. So, thank you very much.
Siyabonga kakhulu. I think when I opened and welcomed you all, I did say we are celebrating someone with rich history. But ngicela ukuyisho lento. Umuntu wakasondela nje eduze kuka Professor Bengu. Uvela cabange njengaye, enze njengaye, athanda isonto lakhe. Ife esonto luthela naye ethole sesonto luthela. Ube naleyo influence over the people. And that's why uthi noma usuhlele esontweni uza ukuthi leli sonto laze lantenga Kodwa kanjani obathi umalume ilona sonto nje lethu leli. Kodwa uyalibona leli sonto ukuthi leli sonto engisonta kulo abefundisi abasenzi kahle manje. Abefundisi sebenza abakuthandayo. Kodwa umalume wathi asisonte lapha nje. Ngathi ngizobe sengiyayibhedisa lena. Maye nokuhlala edolweni ngikhuleke kuzolunga. Ngiyasho futhi ngiyaphinda kuzolunga. Ngizocela ukuthatha leli thuba ngiliphe uXabhashe Makhathini umfundisi wethu umculi wethu umdlali wama instrument wethu sizocela senzele itribute yase Ntumeni Lutheran Church ngicela ukushare lento ongafanele ngishare akusho ukuthi singahleki noma singaxoxa ezinye indaba outside this. Ubaba umfundisi uXulu waye ballroom partner wenkosi uDube. Ngiyaqanti imile lana ayibona. Ngiyaqanti nimbonile ubaba uXulu kodwa nje babeshaya emshwiba. And inkosi uDube ngaloso sikhathi was even bigger than how she is now. Thank you. Over to you, Xabhashe. Ngizocela oXabhashe bamnikeza amandla. Uthi akukhulumeki njengakaculi. Yes. Ngizocela ukuthi beze ngapha bazomculisa yena. Bangeza khona la. Bangeza, that's fine. Ngizocula lephi? Sorry. Nyukani.
Inkosi nami ningibuza kunjani yithi inkosi nami ningibuza
Hope to see you there. Two faces. Okay, now. Hope to see you there. Hope to see you there. Money. Hope to see you there.
Hope to see you there, where all the saints will be. Oh, come and go with me. Come to wait to see him. Look upon his face, bow down before him, and thank him for his grace. Hope to see you there, where all the saints will be. Ooh, come and go with me. Shake hands with the elders, the 20 and the 4. Say hello to the loved ones who's gone along before. Come and go with me. Hope to see you there. Hope to see you there, where all the saints will be. Come and go with me. Jesus is preparing a special place for me. If you want to see me in heaven, I
to see you there.
This will be
Come and go with me.
time will be my friend. The day will never end. Summer, winter, spring, autumn. Once come and go. Hope to see you there.
Hope to see you there.
All
The saints will be. Shoo-be-doo-be-doo-be-doo. Come and go with me. Come back. Hope to see you there.
All the saints will be.
Come and go with me.
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 Ngibonga ukuthola leli thuba ngeke ngazama ukulenqaba ngathi kufanele kube ngeprotocol ngase ke ngithi uma ngixoxa ngisho nombishop wathi ubishop uma bekhethile phela bakukhethile mina ke igama lami ngubongani ngoAlfius wakwaXulu entumeni ngingumfundisi ngifuna ukuthi lapha ngikhulume ngezinto ezinyabangayithintanga kodwa khona enye ngiyithandile nje iculo le anthem leli elithi oh for 1,000 tongues ngikhumbula khona umfana wafihlelo wayifunda khona kwadlangezwa wangitshena wathi kwakuyona ngisho iuniversity uma begraduate ababesebenzisa lona engakaqhamuki uGaudium musigitur juvenestum sumus ngakho ke ngiyambonga uNkulunkulu ukuthi ngithole leli thuba engifisa ukusho nje ukuthi njoba nibona nje ngathi ngiyatatazela it's because I'm a nobody. I'm just a nobody trying to tell everybody but somebody who was very great. Nakho ke ngifisa ukuthinta abazalwane njengebandla sidabukile empeleni bekuthi njalo ngoKhisimusi bengakhohlwa ukuqala nje ke ngisho into enhle kuyena Sibusiso Bengu never forgot his roots. Ubefika lapha nesontweni ima kuyi25 uma sithi akakhulume uma kwenzeke ekhulumile akhulumisa isiZulu asho ukuthi he is back to his roots. So kwesibili athi asishaye ngomhlobo wami uJesu ngakho ke siyamkhumbula kakhulu engifisa futhi ukuthi ngikuthinte kancane ukuthi ubevele yikholwa siyamaze kuyinikeleni eyinikela ukuthi asebenze singakashaya isikhathi sokusebenza esiza abazali bakhe wathi ke umama mamchunu ngelinye ilanga sasikade simbungaza ubaba uBhengu wayesethi ngamthola ngokukhulu sisebukhulu uphofu ngenkathi ezalwa babehlupheka ngalendlela ngoba nabefundisi babehlupheka kuqala okuba ngibangibejwayele kakhulu ke ngithe sengenza uform 2 eKranskop Secondary School kwasho ukuthi ubaba useshintshele eShiyani ngase ngisala kwaBhengu kwagcina umamkhune umama nobaba uBhengu ubaba ababemsho bethu unqola yomlilo kukhona into esingifikela manje ubaba uBhengu uprofessor he had an infectious smile uthi komunye babenaye la babembiza ukuthi gentleman uthi uma kwenzeka eke wafica ethi uyangena etoilet kanti uyabhema ufihla uthi ugwaya avela suka athi kuwena sorry adlula ngamanye amazwi ubekwazi icrisis ukulwa nayo esimkhumbula ngakho ukuthi ngenkathi ephesheya kwakwazeka ukuthi kwazeka lapha na kwamaphumulo kuba kwakhiwa ivukile high school lawo mahostela ay donation ye Lutheran World Federation ube uSecretary General we Lutheran World Federation kwi third world bebesuka laphana kube uyena abona ukuthi abantu badinga nemazweni. Ngakho ke siyomkhumbula kakhulu. Ngasekugcineni ke nakhe ngifisa ukusho ukuthi ngiyajabula ukuthi umshado awenza phakathi kweDlangezwa High School namaLuthela usaqhubeka namhlanje and it's going strong. Ngakho siyambonga ngalokho. Okunye ke engikhumbulayo kuyena ubethobekile ngendlela eyisimangaliso. Uma ekhuluma nawe bekhuluma kahle angazi ukuthi singenze njani ukuthi uNkulunkulu asiphe that angelic face ukuthi uthi noma uthetha lo mthethisayo akwemukela. Ingathi inkosi uNkulunkulu anganiduduza umkhwekazi wami habe cishe ngakhola. Phela njengoba ngihlala kwaBhengu nje kwathi nami nginganakile ngathuka amehla amesedonseka kwenye intombazana yakwaBhengu. Magcina sengiganwa khona. Kuyethi noma esebhenguza ngithi hawo ngayikhethela. Ngakho ke ngiyambonga kakhulu uNkulunkulu. Siyambonga baba uNkulunkulu ngoprofessor Bengu. Impela ibhanela lethu kwela kwaZulu eSouth Africa eLuthela kumaKristu ubelimisile. Akekho benje ngayo. Ngijabulile nje uma ngimuzwa ubaba ekhuluma. Lensizwe bisuka lapha imusha uBhengu umntungwa. Okungijabulisayo ukuthi njobe ekhuluma nje ngokhumalo la kuzalwa khona umama. Ngathi inkosi yomusa ke inganibusisa nina bakwa Bengu niduduzeke nazi ukuthi nizwile ukuthi sithe hope sithi all the saints will be together. Sixoxile leyo ndaba. Sengathi ke anganisiza uNkulunkulu ngoba siyobonana khona dark or light. Uma nje sibambelele emphethweni wengubo kaJesu inkosi yomsayi inibusise. Amen.
Siyabonga kakhulu ukuxapashe ngetribute ayedlulisile on behalf of ibandla laseNtumeni. Ngokukhulu nje ukuthobeka ngicela ukuthi akuzonikhupha lokho sengibhale phansi nonke ninenikhulumayo. Ngizocela nje ukunibiza nize ngaphambili khona nizoshare lento enikhulumayo because nikhuluma nje anisatshontshe manje ukuthi awuthi sihlebelane niyaxoxa nje and unfortunately njoba nikhuluma lapha echo iyabuye ize ngaphambili. I will suggest before I call upon the next speaker, if you feel ukuthi sekukhathalekile usakhuluma omunye njoba ngikhuluma nje. Njoba ngikhuluma ngicela sithule umsindo khona osakhulumayo. Ngiyakhuluma ngicela sithule umsindo. Uyaqhubeka uyakhuluma. Angazi noma we are here to send condolences or we are here to discuss our own issues. I will suggest that if you have got a long discussion, can you please take a break just outside? When you are done, come back and join us and we'll enjoy having you back. Thank you for that. And then sengizoqala manje the next tribute. Apologies. Kuyakube khona umuntu othula uminister kodwa ngenhlanhla enkulu uminister kaMchunu ugogo wethu uMamchunu so nje usekhaya umelana. So leli thuba ngizocela ukulinikeza ungqongqoshe wezamaphoyisa ukuthi adlulise itribute yakhe on behalf of the ANC. Sorry about that. I think I was disturbed by the discussion. Sorry about that. Can I request the tribute from the children? And starting, can they all come up and be close to me? Grandchildren. Or just the two of you. On behalf of all, Mr. Gumete and Ms. Bengu. Over to you.
Good afternoon. We will be speaking on behalf of the grandchildren being myself, Nolwazi, Uspiwe, Tulani, Umalusi, Usihle, Umbali, Uaventi, Umamelo, Sibusiso, and great-grandchild, Utingo. To us, he is Grandpa. He was very strict and firm, a perfectionist. Grandpa never needed to shout at us, as his eyes said everything. All he needed to do was to look at us, and then we knew exactly what he was saying. But he was also very gentle. In his strictness, he used to love to joke and repeat the same jokes, and he would laugh so much, and we would laugh with him. That's a grandpa to us. He would love to do the Madiba dance many times, and we would try to dance with him. Grandpa was very nurturing, and he taught us from a very young age to have etiquette. I remember myself, I was only in creche, and at that time he was minister, and I needed to pick up the phone, and he trained me exactly what to say. Hello, who am I speaking to? Please, may I take a message? He was very knowledgeable, and so as a result, I felt like he was our walking thesaurus and dictionary. But he made us all to go and look at the dictionary ourselves. He had a library in our home, and we would look up because he was encouraging us to learn and to read and to be people who had knowledge ourselves. This shows a lot of patience that he had. The school reports were another thing. School reports had to be analyzed. I would be shaking to hand in a school report to him. He would take it and go to his office, sit and read it, and then we would have an appointment. Appointments were very important with him. Once we would sit, he would ask me my thoughts and he would give me feedback. Not only school reports feedback was important, but having a schedule. There needed to be a schedule for everything. Again, it needed to be submitted to him. He needed to look at it, and then he gave feedback. Then he would always be checking on us, quietly walking around the house and checking the room if you were really studying, if you were really doing the correct thing. It was always quite stressful to make sure, because he had quite strict rules, that you were pleasing for him. I know even in high school, although I was old, I still needed to ask permission to watch a movie. And he needed to come and supervise and made sure that his children were really raised up well. He had an entrepreneurial spirit, meaning that he wanted us to learn to be business-minded and to work hard for the things that we had. So when I was very young in primary school, I would shine his shoes. He would put them all in a line, and I would get pocket money for this, €5. And the more advanced jobs, the older we got, would be to type his speeches. Everything had a program. Turning on the lights. I'm so sorry, Grandpa, in your absence now, for not turning on the lights, because you'd get quite upset. Everything needed to be the same every day. And this, most importantly, was with dinner. He believed in having dinner together, and that dinner, everything would be in the exact space, the fork and the knife and the glasses. And if I got it wrong, he would move it aside. And you know, oh, this is not perfect, I'm so sorry. Then you try again the next day. Even when pouring him a glass, it needed to be at an angle. He wanted everything done to perfection. 6 o'clock, dinner time every day, with news. You knew his routine. He wanted us as grandchildren to be well-mannered, to have good values, to be polished individuals. But he also taught us to believe in God strongly. I remember I was around 12 and there was no Sunday school at the church we were going to. So he decided to take it in his own hands, and he asked if he could be sent material from the American Lutheran Church. and they sent it, and that meant that he now became my Sunday school teacher. I don't know how he had time to do this because he was always traveling, but somehow he still found time to go and prepare for the lesson, come and give me the exact time on a Sunday to come and do the lesson with me. And mind you, I had homework. And all of this he did wanting me to get confirmed. So faith in God, being steadfast, was really important for him. He was very open-minded, even though he had many daughters and grandchildren who were females. Nothing was impossible. He felt like you could fix things, you could do anything anyone could do. You wanted to be a pilot, you could do that, and I'm really grateful for those opportunities, as long as you did it really well. When I was choosing subjects in high school, I was so scared because he recommended the things that needed to be chosen, and one of those was accounting. But I had a love for art, and so I needed to practice before. What am I going to say to Grandpa to explain? I really enjoy art, but I really like your suggestion. But he was so gentle when I explained my love for art, and he said, yes, you can do it as long as you do it well. So nothing was a barrier, and spending quality time was his favorite. I will never forget, and I think all of us grandchildren will never forget the quality time. He was a man of little words, but he would listen very well. He would he would confide in some of us as we would take long walks. He's the fittest person I had ever seen. 2 hours long walks, and I would walk with him, and I would ask him, why this, why that, what does this mean? In the sauna, I would follow him. I'm asking him why. He would say, shh, just pour the eucalyptus oil. And I would continue. So he was very patient with us, seeing us not as inferior, although we were much younger as grandchildren, but seeing us with a lot of love and respect. And I think even the man that he is, a lot of us will really model that. He truly was a role model to all of us. And I'll hand over to my cousin Tulani.
Thank you. Thank you, Lazi. Ngiyanibingelela ekhaya ngegama likaJesu Kristu. Ngiyathemba ukuthi nizongixolela today. Mizulu zami is good for saying hello, but at a certain point, I don't think we're going to get to lunch. So I just want to tell a quick story. I know everyone's hungry and we want to get to food. Everything Lazi is saying about our grandfather is true. We all know this man. We all loved him. And to just give you a little sliver of what he was like as a grandfather. One day I'd come home, I think it was Christmas, and every Christmas we used to get together at the Bengu house. And at the time, I think it was at Mount Edgecombe, at the Mount Edgecombe house. And you can imagine with 11 grandchildren, 5 children, it's a bit of a full house situation. So everyone is sleeping everywhere they can. There's 2 people in the office, 2 people here, then one on the couch. We're all fit where we can. And I think one evening I'd asked Grandpa to kind of get on his good books because I wanted permission to go out. So I said, oh, Grandpa, I've never spoken to you about your life. Can you tell me about your life one of these days? It was just like a one of these days thing. And he said, okay, we have to make an appointment. And so I went out, I enjoyed, I came back, I slept. And then in the morning I heard the unmistakable sound of Grandpa's slippers. Ch, 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 ch. And he's going to the office, and I'm sleeping on the couch, but he opens the office, and where Sihle and I think Aventi were sleeping. And I just hear Grandpa say, you need to wake up, there's an appointment with Tulani. And I'm thinking, oh no, did I set an appointment time? So, of course, now I get up, quickly wash, now I've got this appointment, I have no questions set up for him. He's set up his office, he's got a recorder, his official desk. Everything, like you said, was an appointment, there was a schedule, there was practice. And so I get there, and because I'm so unprepared, I said to him, Grandpa, just tell me everything. Tell me about, and during this time, I should say, for some political context, I was in Cape Town studying at the time, and it was the height of the Fees Must Fall protests, right? So students were protesting about access to education. There were big questions being asked about NSFAS, and I know that NSFAS is something that Grandpa founded. So I decided to ask him, Grandpa, I'm conflicted because I'm at school, I'm at Cape Town, I'm meeting all these people, they're talking about the problems with our education system, but I can't say to them that, how do I reconcile the efforts that your generation gave with what the kids are asking for now? And he told me a short story. He said when he came into Parliament, when he accepted Mandela's invitation, he said there were 2 ministers of education for every province. So there were 18 ministers, 17 or 18 ministers, all Afrikaans, all white. And he said to them, the first thing he said, you all need to write a report for me outlining exactly what it is you do. What is your function? What is your job? How do you benefit the department? And they all, I'm sure they loved getting orders from their new black boss. But they went away, and when they came back, he read them all one by one, and he assessed them on merit, and he determined that 2 people were redundant. He said, you 2, your jobs can't be justified. Thank you for your service. And he took those salaries and made the first NSFAS grants. And I think this was a great testament to like what Grandpa was like as a person. He was a dreamer, a believer, diligent, but he was also extremely pragmatic. He gave these people an opportunity to prove themselves, but when he felt like they weren't doing that, he created an opportunity for someone else. So he said, I encourage you to go back to your friends and tell them that the goal at 94 was never to carry you all the way. It was to give you a start. So as we look back and remember Grandpa's life, I think as grandchildren, we want to be encouraged. We want to thank him and thank our parents for all the opportunities and for the encouragement to take the next step. Thank you for being here. Thank you for everything, Grandpa.
Thank you very much. I think they were speaking from the heart, and they were also confirming what the speakers have heard. And we really feel, I really feel that we need to congratulate you guys for having a grandfather like Prof. Bengu. So this opportunity I'll give to cousin Tandeka Bengu to speak on behalf of the children. Onkulunkulu somandla wethemba kuwena emizu nyamalala
Sanibonani nonke. Religious leaders, political leaders, and protocol observed. Let me begin by saying that if Dad was here today, I think he will remind us to smile and not to take this seriously, because he would have really wanted us to really celebrate his life. So I think I'm so glad, I'm sure he's with us in spirit, and I'm sure he's happy with the conduct and the marvelous send-off. So I just want to say as well that our tribute is a collaboration of all my siblings. And I'm going to read verbatim of what we wrote. Over the past few years, we have received an overwhelming number of heartfelt tributes from across the nation and from various parts of the world, reflecting on who Dad was. A common thread in these messages is a recognition of the unwavering commitment to integrity, excellence, and honesty in all that he did. With us, he was just that and more. He was our confidant and our friend. He was one in a million. His love for his family, calm demeanor, sense of humor, and loyalty were unsurpassed. Growing up, we had a picture frame that hung in our dining room that read, "A family that eats together, prays together, stays together." Eating dinner together as a family was non-negotiable. It was a treasured time for us to connect and share our thoughts, especially about how our days were. Dad was always the first one to open up, eagerly sharing his day and the projects he was working on. He would then go around the table, making sure that everybody shares. For some of us, this was a time we truly cherished. So much so that we would even ask about his projects and also about his work environment. We were always eager to hear his stories. These evenings became our therapy sessions, a safe place to exchange opinions and sometimes to tackle personal issues. While some of us opened up more than others, it was always a time to connect and to share. After dinner, we each had chores to complete, followed by our daily evening prayers, a deeply cherished moment. After the Lord's Prayer, in unison, we will then recite a children's prayer. This time was especially meaningful because Dad often led the prayers. He would pray with such openness and sincerity as though he was having a heartfelt conversation with a close friend. Those moments brought us together and left a lasting impression on us. One unforgettable day, our uncle, Ubamncane Dumsane from Ntumeni, had come to visit us for a couple of days at Langes. And after dinner, we had the usual prayer time, except that this particular evening, I defied Dad by not wanting to recite the children's prayer. Dad tried to convince me and negotiate with me, and I simply did not carry out my duties. I obviously got punished, and that never happened again. One of the things that made Dad very special was his deep commitment to justice. He believed that we must all receive the same treatment. For example, we all receive exactly the same birthday present. For the girls, it was a dress, and for Lunga, it was trousers and a shirt. We also received the same amount of pocket money. Something, of course, that I struggle with is, in my mind, my baby brother did not have the same needs as I did. So through that, Dad taught me that justice begins at home. Living together as a family in exile with Dad allowed us to really see him and appreciate him as a human being. While Ubaba emphasized discipline, respect, and hard work and excellence, he never used his authority to intimidate or to humiliate. If there was a need for connection, he would take you aside. If there was a need for correction, he would take you aside and talk to you and explain where you erred and promise that you will not repeat the same mistake. Dad was an amazing teacher. He explained complicated issues with simple examples. And during this dinner time, that is where we began our political understanding. He would explain what the media termed black on black violence at the time, dead flows from the developing countries to the north in simple terms that we could understand. What inspired us about how he would explain a global concern and inspire hope is how he inspired hope in us, showing how we all could play a meaningful role, not roll against injustice. As our dad encountered, we are deeply grateful for the many lessons that Dad taught us. Most importantly, how he led by example. He was an amazing teacher, an exemplary leader. He was just an amazing dad. As our dad encountered some health problems, he never gave up. He adopted his lifestyle, going to the gym religiously, not like some of us, and actually enjoyed physical exercise. He would really sweat a lot and then enjoy some time in the sauna. We saw him regaining a little bit of strength, and as time went on, and his health was really taking a decline. Then there were less walks in the park, but overall he really enjoyed walks on the beach and in the park as well. We also were just amazed at his determination to fight whatever health challenges, and for us that was really admirable. We're also grateful for the care he received from the many doctors that contributed to his health during his long life. And a particular thank you to the excellent service at the Albert Luthuli Hospital Geriatrics Department, and for their superb service that they rendered to all the elderly people. We also wish to thank Usis Khululiwe Buthelezi, who's with us here, and Usis Lond Tungo for their assistance in the years of Dad's life. We really appreciate what you did to Dad, and may God bless you. We are also truly grateful to Mom, who has been there through it all, during the good and the bad times, in sickness and in health, when he was fully functional, to him being bedridden. May God bless you, Mom. So we thank God for the gift of being part of Dad's 90 years in life. We also like to thank God for the people that Dad met that have become our family. We thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu with tribute esuka kubantwana, and this opportunity I'm gonna give it to Gugu Mhlongo, who will do a tribute on behalf of the whole Bengu family. Usasindisana namhla abakwethembayo nangomuso woqhubeka
What an honor. What an honor. Protocol observed. Bafundisi bami and the ministers. Mndeni, ngiyanibingelela nonke egameni elihle lenkosi yethu uJesu Kristu. Ngiyabonga ukunikezwa leli thuba lokuzokhuluma ngomalume. Ngomalume wami, my favorite uncle. And I was his favorite niece, actually. Cela nje ukungicacisela. So I was young when they left for Geneva. I was very young, but every time ugogo Mamchunu spoke about ingane zakhe, there was that smile kugogo. But Mrs. Sibusiso. Hey, umalume wethu waphesheya. We would refer to umalume wa TV, umalume Sipho, and then bese kuba umalume waphesheya. And then bese kuba umam Gladys, bese kuba umam Isabel, bese kuba umalume Geoffrey, ugogo wayikhumbuza futhi, wayicorrecta. If you say uJeffrey, athi no, Geoffrey. So I was privileged. You know why I am here? Others would ask why kuchuzwe ugugu ukuthi azokhulumela ifamily. It's because I learned a lot from umalume and he was, he supported me. You'll get to know about that right now. So umalume was the second born. Yakubo as sengishilo umalum Sipho, umalum Sibusiso, umam Gladys, umalum Geoffrey, and usisitabi, bese umalum Ralph, umalum Dumsan, Mam Isabel. Sorry babo. Ngiyazi ukuthi ugogo wayebathanda bonke abantwana bakhe. So ugogo wahlala nathi elokishini, and I learned a lot from ugogo. Nje ama etiquettes, izinto ezincane, how to hold a mug. That's what I try to teach now. Ukuthi there are little things that say a lot about you, especially when you come from the Bengu family. You don't walk anyhow, you don't talk anyhow. Okay, kunama etiquettes esinawo. So ngizoqala nje where I went to kwaKhandisa ngo-1982 ngahlala no Mam Isabel. Mam Isabel was the matron at Langezwa High School at that time. And I asked my mom if I could go and stay with Umam Isabel. And when I was there, I heard a lot about umalume. I heard a lot about umalume when he was a principal at Langezwa, and everything that was done at Langezwa High School, though I wasn't attending at Langezwa High School, but yonke into eyenziwa at Langezwa, I learned so much about umalume. And zonke izinto bebekhuluma Dr. Dlome bekhuluma ngazo la, I know the anthem, I know the songs, I know all of those things. I learned a lot while I was at Langezwa. Nami, that's when I became comfortable speaking in English. And when I was kwaKhandisa, because I was really envious of my cousins who got to go overseas. So mangi kwaKhandisa, when I'm sitting at my desk, I would think, I wonder if uzawa wake wahlala kuleli desk lele ngihleli kulona. I wonder if uNomonde wake wahlala kuleli desk engihleli kulona, because to me I wanted to go overseas as well. There was something that was pushing me. Ukuthi nami, I need to be somebody. And again, there was something that my mom used to do. When I asked her something, she would say, it's fine. She wouldn't say no. When I said I wanted to go stay with umalum Sipho eGoli, she would be like, "Nay, phone, and I'll call." And then that's how I ended up in Joburg. And So I was hoping that one day I'll be like, can I go live in Geneva? Uma wayezothi thatha ifone sangafika ke leso asifikanga leso kodwa I got to spend isikhathi nomalume and esikhulu kabi nje. I just want to tell my cousins something ukuthi when they were in Geneva, I remember so vividly, mina noBonga Shandu, my cousin, we loved English. So we were practicing ukhuluma English. And when we wanted to impress our cousins when they come back, go 1984 to the blessing of the house, Eskawini. And we were just, somehow, mina noBonga nje, we just thought, sizobizwa phambili sokhuluma. There were some speeches, sasizibhalile, thinking we'll go and speak English and just show our cousins that it's not only them that can speak English. Nathi la eMzansi, we can speak English. But umkhulu Nicholas wakhuluma Anton. His speech is umkhulu Nicholas. But what we took with us from the blessing of the house Eskawini was, from that speech umkhulu Nicholas was, umkhulu Nicholas was talking about laziness. And sakhuluma ngayo sinobonga. Because he kept on saying, master of sitting on the fence. Do not be a master of sitting on the fence. And wayichaza ukuthi kusho ukuthini, wayesho ukuthi ungavilaphi as a person, ubuvila. But he was also paying tribute to umalume and the Bengus as well, ukuthi abantu baka Bengu abavilaphi. So we would watch the Cosby Show, okay? I would watch the Cosby Show and think, with Cosby Show, there are 5 children and 1 son. There are 4 girls and 1 son. Ngiyibone nje kuyifamily kaMalume. In my head, not thinking that America and Geneva are 2 different places. You know, thinking, mhlambe baphila kanje. And, and when I stayed in Dobsonville, I was, that's how, that's how you'd answer the phone. Thank you for calling the Bengu family. How can I help you? And that's how we learned from the Cosby Show. And nje sifuna ukimpress ukuthi bangacabanga ukuthi iEnglish nathi asiyazi. And the lifestyle, nangendlela okwenzeka ngakhona izinto. U-aunt aniphuthumile umekubiza from ekamereni. Uthi coming. Not nje. Just because sasizibona nathi ukuthi sibalulekile. Singabakwa Bengu. And ugogo wayekuthanda ukuthi nikhumbule ukuthi ningabaka bani. And let me tell you about ugogo Mamchunu. Ugogo Mamchunu, I loved that woman. I looked after her. I can take as long as I want to. So, ugogo, where was I? Okay. But ugogo loved her children. That's what I wanted to say. But babuya omalume and everything. What happened in 2014 when I was tired of Joburg and I wanted to come back to KZN? I had been working a lot with NGOs and I could see now that I am ready to start my own company. And when I came back here, I said, Ma, I want to work with the youth. I've been working with the youth, running youth leadership academies in Joburg or throughout South Africa. But the youth academies that I run are for the privileged kids, privileged children. I would like to take this program and bring it to the disadvantaged communities. And Umawat, call your uncle. Gafonela umalume sends the appointment. I went to Mount Ashcombe and mangimtshela umalume about the Youth Leadership Academy that I had developed. It's based on value, it's value-based. And umalume was so impressed. Angifuna ukuziphakamisa, but he was so impressed. He even said, seriously, where did you learn all of this? And then he said to me, which university did you go to? I said, Malume, I went to the University of Life. And so ngamtshela ukuthi I did study library science and all of that. But my dream is to empower the youth of South Africa. And then umalume wangenzela appointment with Minister Senzo Mchunu when he was still with education at that time. And I did my presentation about what the Youth Leadership Academy does and everything. I was so, you were only given 15 minutes for that. And then when I finished my presentation, Minister Mchunu, how is Professor Bengu? Ngathi mina, no, he's fine. And then I thought we were now going to talk about my, what I've been presenting. And he was like, okay, we'll call you. I'm still waiting. And I thought since the appointment was, scheduled by Umalume and all of that, I thought, and the Mchunu, all of those things, I thought, I'm gonna get something. But yeah, so what I'm trying to say, I've come back, I'm in a show. Right now I'm working. I have started Umalume endorsed the program. He loves my program. I can't speak about Umalume past. He loves the program. It's a youth leadership academy. We run our workshops for the youth. We empower the youth ukuthi believe in themselves. And right now, a few months ago, I have partnered with the Norwegians, the Nielsen family from Norway. Their grandfather started the Lutheran, or they built the Lutheran church in Tumeni. So we are busy in Tumeni, we're doing some work with the youth. And if it wasn't endorsed by Umalume, I wouldn't be standing here right now. And another thing that we are doing is we run my youth, we run camps. We have reintroduced girl guides. Because I was a brownie and I became a girl guide as well. And that's what taught me. Straight, like you can see, I'm not standing like anybody else. I'm in my 50s, but I'm still wearing my high heels. I'm a benefits, Oguba, a girl guide. And Umalume, when he saw the program, he was really, really impressed. He thought, he had to do something, and he funded it while Nigeza seed funding, and then he endorsed it. And I'm so grateful. I am so grateful. And Lunga, Ngiyabonga, Ngiyabonga kakhulu, my cousins and all my cousins for giving me this opportunity. Ngikhulumela mamdala, ngikhulumela malume, ngikhulumela zonke izihlobo zethu. Ngiyabonga, ngiyabonga, ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Okay, siyabonga kakhulu. Ngizocela ukupha leli thuba ngifika ama visitor bese hamba ne program yami phinde ngithole hopefully uguga kayithathile sengiyayigada manje. Ngizocela ukupha leli thuba ozokhulumela the Bengu in-laws, the Msizi family, Ohadebe umthimkhulu, that is Mr. Eugene Khumalo. Mlambo, yes.
Good afternoon. Ibizo lami Eugene Mlambo, but I'm prepared to change igama lami akula problem. For enough money I can change. But namhla I've been given the single honor of representing ifamily yethu yakomsizi okusuka khona u-aunt wami Anfunika. It's such an honor. Tina, as a family, we don't question our accomplishment. We can't question them. He was everything that everybody has described today. But Tina, as Omsis, we were very, very fortunate to have that man in our life. And we are so grateful, Auntie, for bringing that man into our lives. You chose well. Huh? Yes, I was just thinking about it the other day. I've never seen you without Babu Ben. For me, you've always been a team. Yes, are you aware? Did you ever have a courtship or lapongu chat and your Did you just get married? I can't imagine, yes. But Mina, I'm grateful and would see Safunda interesting from you and Umalung. We learned so much in a very quiet and very simple way. We are so grateful. I must tell you this story. The time she said Geneva Sonke, Mina with my brother, Uketa. You see, Ubaba Owetu was a bit tight in terms of discipline. So going out was a problem. It was the time before our cell phones. So it was important if you are going out to go and meet people. But Ubaba why used to manage his card. So yes, I must confess, it's a confession lay. For us to get a free pass, it is Pumenzin. And my father would, please, you can go. And initially, obviously, when we had that free pass, because you remember your house was on the way to town, our aim was to go to town. So we would go to town sometimes and then come back to the Bengus. That's a confession. But the interesting thing about it is, after some time, we stopped going to town. We would then spend all our time in Gobeng. Why was that? It's because Babeng had so much time for us. We would talk about anything and everything in the world. I think somebody explained it. He used to be able to explain anything so simply. And he used to talk to us not like children, but we almost felt like adults. It was such an honor. So for us, Babu Bengu, yes, he was a professor, he was everything, but he was a good husband to you, Aunt. For that we are grateful. He was a good father to his children. I must tell you this other story. So when we were in Geneva that time, we used to meet at church. And in Geneva, not many people had 5 children, by the way. So Tina and Uketa, my brother, we used to refer you as the Bengu train. Because when you get to church, you would open the door of the car. It would take you 3 minutes to pull out all the children. So we used to refer this as the Bengu train. But it was a train of love. We really enjoyed our time with you. We are aware the love which Ubaba Bengu had for his family. And now you can imagine with 11 grandchildren, people were so fortunate. I mean, for us, we were fortunate to have him in our lives. And I can't imagine people who were able to spend time Lubabu Bengu on a one-to-one basis. It's a blessing. It's a true blessing. So today, I think it's so important we celebrate that life because Mr. Bengu is a rare gift. He's a gem. He is a gem. And in our lifetime, I don't know whether we'll encounter such people. But, Auntie, don't forget that you are a gem. You're a gem because you stood behind Umalume all the way. When I see you, I see him. So I'm grateful to you too. All right? And we want to express our love for the Bengu family. We want to express our love to your children, but we want to express, most importantly, our love to you. You're a wonderful, wonderful person. Thank you for being who you are. Right. As I close, there's just one simple thing that I want to say. I think it was Gandhi who said it, that if you want to find yourself, you have to find yourself through the service of other people. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you want to find yourself, you have to find yourself through the service of other people. Babu Bengu found himself. We can say everything else. He was comfortable with who he was because he found himself. And that's a teaching for all of us. So for me, those are my closing remarks. I want to thank everybody who was able to come today for us to share this day. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga kakhulu, more especially confessions. Ayasiza ukuthi uconfess nje izinto ozenzile empilweni ukuze mhla kufika usuku lakho lokuhamba ungabi nankinga kukhona ukuthi umphefumulo usaphuma khipha lento khona lento kufanele uyikhiphe. Maybe let me also share something as we celebrate Prof Bengu's life. You know, it's a benefit to have a minister in the family. Ave kumnandi, it is to your advantage. You know, Tandega, when she was relating to, I think Tandega Okuk was relating to Umalumu Dumsani. I think Umalumu Dumsani was the last born and our favorite, all of us, our favorite uncle. So, Umalume uDumsani wathanda ubumnandi kakhulu. Wayemuntu nje one vibe, yabo. Different from the other uncles that were very serious. So we knew that when Malum Dumsani was there, then kuzoba mnandi. And there were years when we will mahlukana sunyaga, it will be him, myself and Inkosi Dube, and we will dance. And Inkosi Dube will be sitting watching us like this while we are dancing. So one time Malum Dumsani with his friend, there was a disagreement where they were, you know, they disagreed, and then he ended up telling them that, guys, I'm just doing you a favor anyway, to be with you, to be enjoying life with you, because me, I'm a brother to the minister. You are not at my level. You are not at my level. So you must really, don't remember that I'm a brother to the minister. So it's one of the jokes that the guys then to me will always say, hey, we miss Dumsani, but sometimes he will remind us of his real status. I will request now Unene Zana, Unkosi Esia Kotama, Unkosu Uzulu, Agasi bless njengomuntu wodwa, Nene Zana, while we are preparing to go to the minister. Agasi bless nje, Unene. Thank you, Ms. Zulu. Okay.
Ngiyabonga. Ngithi nje angibonga ukuthola leli thuba kuyiona kimi ukuthi ngicela ukuthi ngizocula la ngoba mhlazana baba uBhengu ethola idoctorate yakhe ngangimncane ngingaka imina ngangisho ipoem le yayithi halala ngcolosi bengicela mhlambe ngizoyibona kulezi ayithombe ngiyabonga. Ngicela ungenzela 1 2
Thank
Last night I lay asleeping, there came a dream so fair. I stood in old Jerusalem beside the temple there. I heard the children singing, and ever as they sang, methought the voice of angels from heaven answering, methought the voice of angels from heaven in answering. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, lift up your gate and sing, Hosanna in the highest, Hosanna to the And then methought my dream was changed, the streets no longer ring. Hushed with glad hosannas, the little children sing. The sun grew dark with mystery, the moon was cold and chill, and the shadow of a cross arose upon the lonely hills, and the shadow of the cross arose upon the lonely hill. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, all the angels sing, Hosanna in the highest, Hosanna to the King. And once again the scene was changed, new as they seemed to be. I saw the holy city beside the tideless sea. The light of God was on the street, the gates were open wide, and all who would might enter, and no one was denied. No need of moon, no stars by night, or sun to shine by day. It was the new Jerusalem that would not pass away. It was the new Jerusalem that would not pass away. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, sing for the night is old. Hosanna in the highest, Hosanna forevermore. Hosanna in the highest, Hosanna forevermore. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga kakhulu kunene. And unene ukhalisa abantu ababili. Here ukhalise umama uNdlunkulu uZulu ngimbone echiphiza kodwa ngiyajabula ukuthi ugcine esehleka uma kushawa ihlombe. Wakhalisa nomama wethu umama Bengu uphuthumile. Umngani wami naye ngambona ekhala. Siyabonga kakhulu nene. Bekuwukuthi nje niphathe kahle. Manje ngaqhubeka futhi niphathe kahle nje manje. Khona okunye ngizonizwisa khona. Emveni kokukhuluma ka minister, over to you mhlonishwa Minister Bengu. Sizocela uDeputy Minister wethu of Education onekhanda elihle kunabo bonke abantu engibabonayo la. Yes, over to you. Ukusethulela uMinister, over to you.
Thank you. Besingeke sivume ukuthi uMinister kuthiwe nje woza Minister. That's not how our protocol works. Greetings to the Bengu family. Nayo yonke imindeni esondelene nemndeni wakwaBengu. Siyanibulisa nonke from kwa Department of Education. Bengingeke futhi ngihambe ngakhulumanga. Ngoba thina lasime khona, lasihamba khona le carpet yendlalo uyena. Thina siyangena siyaglowa. Yena wathola kuseyihlathi waligubha. Wakhipha ihlahla, wakhipha konke, manje sekuyashelela. Asikwazi ukuthi sihambe su education singakushongo lokho. Futhi uMaBhengu makaqala kushiwo makhulunywa iobituary yakhe. Abe u19 ama departments ahlukahlukene. Kune yabelungu, kune yamakhalati, kune yamandiya, kune yaseZululand or kwaZulu Natal bokuyizulu kwaZulu. Kuna kwaNdebele, kuna seQwaqwa, kuna seTranskei, kuna everywhere. Kwamacezu nje. Kodwa wangena yena wayihlanganisa zonke. Kwakungelula ngoba nama homelands abejabule ukuthi bezubumnandi ukuhlala kuma homelands. Kodwa makathi uyabahlanganisa kwakunzima. Kwakungelula. Some of us asebancane. Sabothisha basha siku union sinomfutho naye simgijimisa ngoba bekunama salary imiholo yayingefani kwakunomholo wabelungu bamadoda kunomholo wabelungu besifazane kuneholo lamandiya neholo lamandiya esifazane neholo lamakhaladi seneholo lamadoda amnyama thina abafazi abamnyama ke sasihole elincane kakhulu iholo. So ngiyakhumbula kahle I was part of the negotiators ukuthi sifuna parity as a union it South African Democratic Teachers Union then sithi baBhengu sifuna parity sifuna ukuhola njengabelungu wasibiza wathi abantu bami manje uzofuna ukuhola njengabelungu niyabona ukuthi ibudget izoba kanjani ngoba nina enihola iholo elincane nibaningi kakhulu masizophakamisa kwaba nalento kuthiwa i-contractual to hold waqamba yona wathi hayi laba bahola lelo holo lelo kuzogcina ngabo ongenayo umholo wonke uyalingana. Sesisho ukuthi asikwazi ukufika la singasho ukuthi siyabonga Ngcolosi siyabonga Mamfuneka ukuthi abengahambi yedwa abekwenza konke lokhu asingathe umndeni wakhe ubephumelela because enomndeni osupportive. So size la nje ukuzobhodlela emswaneni waqamba wonke ama laws waka education. I-South African Schools Act eyakhe, i-National Education Policy Act eyakhe, i-Employment of Educators Act. Wayenza yonke le mithetho le ngoba abona ukuthi kuyaliwa ukuthi ngifuna kufanane yonke indawo. Kule South African Schools Act waqeda i-corporal punishment but ukuthi kwenzekeni emva kwalokho ukuthi mase utholakale u-corporal punishile uzowenzeka kanjani kwasala kulenga ngoba abe under pressure. Manje njengoba yena elele embhedeni egula thina saphuma nalesithi ibhela abanye ke lebhela baqabanga ukuthi ifuna ukubulala i-South African Schools Act ayibulali i-South African Schools Act wayiqamba ngalesikhathi elandela i-Constitution. Mani ngakhumbula kwaqala i-Constitution kweza i-South African Schools Act. And i-Constitution of South Africa says i-education iqala kwa-grade compulsory, iqala kwa-grade 1, iyophuma kwa-grade 9. Igcina lapho nje i-Constitution. But sesiyabona ukuthi ingane ezifunda kahle ilezi eziyeklesh eziye ku-grade R. Sathi le phela manje ayenzi ukuthi u-grade R abe compulsory ngoba othisha baka-grade R manje as I speak abana budget abaholi njengothisha noma be-qualified, but ubhela lo usebenza ukuthi bakwazi ukuhola njengothisha labo abaqeqeshiwe. And futhi ubhela lo wenza ukuthi kungasabikho lokungalingalingani ukuthi isikole SGB ithathe wonke amandla kuthiwa lesikole lesi is a no-go area. Isikole singapha sigcwele lesi sinabantwana abancane kuthiwa angeke bangene ngoba la kufundwa ilanguage ethize. Sathi uma kunabantwana nje abawu-35 bakhuluma olunye ulwimi abanikeze uthisha bafunde kuleso sikole. Akunasikole sizokuthiwa lesi kufunda abanye abafundi. Ubhela unikeza ke uHOD lawo mandla ukuthi uma le SGB inedlela eceleni ayilungisa ayilethe emgqeni ngoba sizela ukuzothi kubaba uBhengu sesiqedile i-total transformation ngobhela akamsusu u-South African Schools Act ungeza usesewuyena u-South African Schools Act ukuthi kungezwe le mitheshwana emincane ebisele kulokho yena waqala. Ngakho ke si department siyazibongela. Igama lami nguRegina ngakamhawule ngu-Deputy Minister we African National Congress ku Department of Basic Education. Manje la ngizophakamisa umphathi wethu enmazi kahle naye kuthiwe uthe esiyikhuluma la sathi uthisha nathi nobabili nothisha sothisha sasiwothisha ngesikhathi esifanayo sasebenza nobaBhengu eWminister wethu thina siwothisha wazabalaza kakhulu uzabalaze waqala ebranchini la ka-African National Congress wawahamba wonke waze waba uchairperson we-province. As we speak manje uyi-National Executive Committee member of the African National Congress and uyi-member of the National Working Committee of the African National Congress. And ungqongqoshe ophethe amaphoyisa niyamazi ke ubili ungqongqoshe nakwezinye namanzi ngalesikhathi aphethe emanzini sasewabona amanzi esesondela ukuthi nangu umacingwane uyawaletha amanzi kodwa ke nalabo abashiyele bazowaletha amanzi sonke sibe nawo. Ngicela ukuthi abakhona ukuphakama siphakameni simukele umacingwane ezokhuluma nathi.
Ngiyabonga, siyabonga. Mangihloniphe wena mphathi wohlelo program director to Fihlela, and I see that you are not only a program director but you are also a speaker on your own right. Ngihloniphe kakhulu umndeni wakwaBhengu, umndeni wakwaNgcolosi okuyiwona thina abanye noma siphatheke kabi kodwa kinina inyama, it's biological, it's not a relative, it's a member of the family. Sinomthwalo ke ukuthi sibasingathe abakwaBhengu, sibaduduze abakwaBhengu ngakho konke okusemandleni, si halalise the contribution by way of celebrating the life ngakho ke nabakwaBhengu sinani kanye nazo zonke ihlobo kanye nabo bonke abangani. Kushiwo ke la, I want to declare ukuthi uBaba Bengu uzalwa uMamchunu. Kungasho ukuthi wayezalwa ngoba namanje kunjalo, akekho umunye. Ngiyathanda ke ukudlulela phambili ngibingelela abakalizwe. Ngingasho ukuthi ngoba seniqedile bese singa acknowledge siyabonga kakhulu inkonzo enisinikeze yona. Ngiacknowledge ukuba khona kwenkosi yaseKholweni uMamdube noma ngabona induna ekhona kodwa uyinkosi. Ngelinye ilanga makwenzeka ufika ingekho induna ngocela ukuba induna yakho ngoba ziyaganga lezi nduna ziyeke inkosi ihambe yodwa. Siyayifuna ikhundla sikhona. Ngiyathanda uku-acknowledge ubuholi buka-African National Congress la eMusadlala region la uBabengu abekhona khona beholwa ubabhekile uComrade ubabhekile Mthembu. Ngiyathanda nje ukubingelela wonke umuntu okhona, all protocol observed. Just two things before eyokuqala uku-acknowledge separately ukuba khona ka-Deputy Minister uRejana Mhaula. Ngithi separately because ngiyazi ukuthi inkinga ingakanana kuyona yokuthi ushiye ama-activities eCape Town la bedeploye khona ukulungiselela i-113th anniversary. Nami ngokunjalo ngenze kanjalo ngishiyile kodwa ngiyakwazisa nje ukuthi you took so much trouble out of that busy schedule and you came all the way to us in KZN, to the family as part of the education family. Well done. But bengazi ukuthi uzokhuluma kangaka. Uyakhuluma. Uyakhuluma. Ma usukhuluma indaba ukuthi uProfessor Bengu ondlalelo carpet. One speech usikhulumile lo wasilungisa last year. And indeed it is true. He worked extremely hard from no reference. There was no reference. First Minister of a democratic South Africa. Kuba khona ku-memorial service ngabe ngithi izandla zenu zimalini lezi zenza ukuthi singayishayi umsebenzi ongako wenzekile. Okwesibili ngifuna nje ukuphawula ngomaZulu. Uyacula amaZulu. Uyacula impela ngize ngathi lapha ku-Deputy Minister abantu mabeshadile bahamba bebe neyinkingana angazi iswedalwa yini kodwa ziba khona. Manje ke uma kukhona wena kulowo mshado ufuna uvele kuthiwe nje cula kube kahle yonke into kungaxatshana. Ngoba ucula kamnandi, cula kahle. Well done. Well done. Now standing here on this platform today, and I think I'm not the only one, I'm actually torn between mourning the loss. Ikhona into ethi kushoniwe. So your mind, your heart, you mourn because it's painful. There is that when from the time we heard of the passing, this pain attacked most of us. And it has been like that up to today. But on the other, there is an element of celebration, the need to celebrate the life of Professor Sibusiso, Emmanuel Bengu. So you don't know how to keep the balance, because both aspects are true about the son of our continent, of our country, and of our area here. Professor Bengu was a man of profound intellect. Angaze ngifunde la eclassini, kodwa ngiyazi ukuthi he had a profound intellect. And he had unyielding principles. And he had inner and quiet strength. It's not one of those who would say much and talk loudly, but he had this strength that once he started talking to you, you were bound to attend to what he was saying until he finishes. And it made sense whenever he spoke. Even when he speaks to you, he had a tendency of speaking like he's whispering. It was his nature. His life's work stands as a testament to his deep commitment to social transformation, education, and upliftment of the people of South Africa. Professor Bengu, I believe he was born to leave education. If you look at his biography, and you also know him, he lived education. Well, he contextualized everything with a very strong element of religion. But he lived education. At primary school, he was a learner proceeding to high school for the same purpose, both of which are a chain in education. So, primary and high school education. Now, as a student at the university, he got educated as a teacher. And at high school, at the Shower and elsewhere, he practiced education. As the first black vice-chancellor at the University of Fort Hare from 91 to 94, he managed a historic institution of higher education. As Minister of Education, he transformed and managed an education system in a country that had just attained its freedom. So everything that he did, it had education inside. Education from primary school up to Minister of Education in South Africa, in a situation that was complex. I think by that time, South Africa had already a population of some 50 million or so. Now, when President Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela looked for somebody who could be the first minister of this complex situation that Comrade Regina was talking about, he could only find Professor Sibusiso Bengu, Ubabwenu, your husband, ma. That's the only person that could be found. I imagine you should have been very proud. If I were his wife, yeah, I would. What? First minister. Your father, first minister of education. Your uncle. That was great. It's historic. It stands out. And what stands out even more, it's not just the appointment, is how he tackled this particular problem that Comrade Mahaule is talking about. He managed it. He proved that he had capacity. It was not just about being black. he had the necessary quality and capacity to manage that complex situation, and he saw us through for the first 5 years. Well done, Ngolus. Well done. Now, how would you go to a white fellow, a white teacher, and tell him that you are now going to teach a black child, somebody who had grown from a family oriented on whiteness, but now it's a democratic country, you have to teach, you have to stand before a white child. There's something that South Africans don't know any longer. There was a fellow called Mangaliso Sobukwe, one of the outstanding sons of South Africa. And at some point he taught at Wits. Now, Wits was a university, or is a university, predominantly, it was white at that time when he lectured there. So kuthiwa makafundise African languages and the students are white. Then when he appears, kuthiwa, no, he can't teach us who are white. He is black. Can you think of an insult like that? He is hired because of his expertise. Now, the remedy that they came out with was to extend a curtain between him as a lecturer and the white students so that he would teach, but from behind the curtain. That's where we come from in this country. That's where we come from. Teach, because there is no other who has this knowledge that these students, or so-called white students, need. It is Mangaliso who must do so. But the only way is then he must stand behind the curtain, hide his blackness from this so-called whiteness. That's where we come from with this country. Now, I said at the beginning that Professor Bengu had an intellect. You would have had an intellect to manage this capacity and do all those things that he did. Professor Bengu was a principled leader who stood firm in the face of adversity at times throughout his life. He believed that South Africa needed fundamental change and collaborated with others, and even joining the IFP at some point, 75, 6 or so. That's when some of us got to know him better as a general secretary there. Now, this was in the process of fighting for liberation in this country. But what he did as he collaborated and joined others, he kept and protected his principles. So he was not one of those who would join here and there and lose himself in the process. He made sure that he keeps his principles with him, he protects his principles, and he demonstrated this when he left the IFP at some point. He resigned and left. This is when he felt that staying there would no longer comply with his principles. He simply took a decision. No, I'm leaving. Because it now clashes, something is clashing with his principles. Now, I would learn later, when he did this, I learned later about somebody called Nzopo, a politician in Zimbabwe, after Zimbabwe obtained its liberation in 1980. He was in cabinet. He fought for liberation there, side by side with Mugabe, who later became the president of that country. Now, but Nzopo found himself at some point after 2 or 3 years into government, declaring that, no, I would challenge Mugabe and he said that in public, if he deviates, and he criticized him for deviating as president of a free Zimbabwe on policy and other matters, as had been agreed. And he said, no, I will criticize Mugabe, but if he fires me from cabinet, from his cabinet, he said, I would go to the north, where he came from, in the northern part of Zimbabwe. And he said, there is a firm of lawyers, and they are my brothers. It is called Nzopo and Zopo. It's a law firm. And he said, when I join them, it will become Zopo, and Zopo, because I'll be the third Zopo. Now, he was demonstrating that being cabinet, being a councillor, being what we are, all of us, what is important is principle. That we must be principled. We must have values, and then we will build our country. If we don't have principles, if we're pliable, we go according to weather, we won't go anywhere. So at some point, Professor Bengu was employed by the University of Zululand. And at some point, he was approached by his employers to spy on other lecturers or other employees and students. I'm sure Mama would know that. Because there was an article, a headline, I think it was The World, which came up with a headline that said, I'm turned into a spy. He was complaining publicly that he's turned into a spy. That was Professor Bengu. He didn't sit and enjoy the warmth of the salary there and comply with the employers who wanted him to spy on others. Well, at that time, University of Zululand, those who went there, like myself and so on, you would be a student, but you would be spied on in terms of what you say and so on. That's how some of us ended up getting fired, and we never finished there, and we went elsewhere. Because you would be spied on. They would buy other students, they would buy other employees to spy on what you were saying. Then they made an error, approached Bengu to do so, and he refused. And he went public, said, they are turning me into a spy. That was Professor Bengu, keeping his principle, protecting his principle and his independence. Professor Bengu was also a scholar and a thinker. He had intellect. His intellectual skill extended far beyond politics and administration. I remember back when I was in high school and I came across this book. It is written somewhere there. I came across this book, not from the Obituary. I came across this book in the late 70s when I was at high school in Maritzburg. A book written by Bengu called or titled African Cultural Identity and International Relations, Analysis of Ghanaian and Nigerian Sources, 1958 to 1974. And it was, as a high school student, I couldn't comprehend how he came to write a letter with a title like this and so on. He had gone there to do research, and it resulted into this book. But there's something that I liked in the book as I read it. It is where he was depicting a conversation between some young people both in Ghana and Nigeria, where they were conversing among themselves or talking among themselves about the practice of white people, the practice of tapping their hair from time to time, about this thing Niyabazi abelungu, but that's what they do from time to time. Bahlala behlala belokhu bethinta iy'nwele. And it depicts people talking about this practice. I know ukuthi nani niyayenza manje leyo nto and so on. But remember, the title of the book is African Cultural Identity. African Cultural Identity, and it picks up 2 countries. And it catches this thing. And they noted that they tap this hair even when they are eating. Now, in terms of African culture, hair are dirty. You don't tap your hair and eat and continue eating. You don't do that at the same time. And he noted that white people pride themselves that not only are they white, but they are clean. And therefore, the argument between these people in this research is, how do these people claim that they are clean when they tap hair while they are eating something dirty? And indeed, that stuck in my mind. And that book was worthy of reading to understand, in the first place, that it's not our cultural identity to tap hair. Worse when we're eating. But go on, tap them like it's fashion now to do so. But maybe not when you are eating, please. Because you will destroy our culture and our cleanliness, real cleanliness. So they were questioning this cultural cleanliness. That was Bengu's book. It was not half. It was materially rich, intellectually rich, and very, very, very rich at that. Now, as the son of the soil, I'm finishing now, I recall a light-hearted moment we shared. I think it was 1995, 1996, I was provincial secretary of the African National Congress in Durban. So we met somewhere, njengoba kade esho udokotela lapha ekhuluma uKhumalo. So we interact, and then he saw my private secretary. Private secretary wami ngaleso sikhathi kwakuNomusa Dube, who ended up becoming premier of KwaZulu-Natal. She was my private secretary. I recruited her when I was provincial secretary. So ngiyasebenza nalengane kanti uprofessor useyibonile ukuthi uyayidinga ukuthi iyosebenza e-ofisini lakhe. Ngithe ngibona lengane ayisiza kumina sizothi kanti sebekhulume baqeda emva kwami yabona. Kodwa the way uprofessor ayeclean ngayo, he didn't want to participate in the discussion. Yokuthi lengane iyathathwa iyahamba. Wathumela uThami Mseleko, who was working with him, ukuthi hambulani lengane. Whatever you do it, kodwa ngiyayifuna iyojoin i-office. Angazi ukuthi bathini kuNomusa, ngambona ese-excited nje esethi uyahamba, wahamba ngempela. I lost my private secretary to Professor Bengu. But we joked later about it. Hey, you poached my secretary. But he was like, he didn't know. And that's how he had etiquette. There's something called etiquette. When you do something like, you didn't do it, quiet, but you do it. Professor Bengu was a leader whose quiet actions spoke louder than words. He leaves behind not only yourselves, but a rich legacy of hope and progress. Where does it start? He starts from, not that the education system in South Africa was complex, but it was chaotic. It really was chaotic. even in terms of standards and quality. Now, he brought all these things, he made these improvements. It gave us hope. And we had hope, we developed hope for a new South Africa and its education system and progress. Now, his contribution and legacy will inspire generations to come. Now, he reminds me of a poem. As I sit down, I will just take the few lines at the end. Kunomuntu labo kuthiwa Professor W.P. Villiers, U.W. umele wallet, angisazi uphi umele ini. I always liked his poems. I'm not a poet, but I like them when you come across a good poem. Uthi somewhere kule poem yakhe athi ngimbeleni phansi kwesihlahla ngasekugcineni uthi uma wena ofunda lemigqana aseyibhalile ungifica ngimbele lapho utshani ngaphezulu buyothi lala sithando lala uphumula. That is what Wallet says. So we say to Ngolosi, lala sithando, joining you, Mom, joining you as family. We're saying to him, lala uphumule Ngolosi. We owe you. We don't have words to thank you for everything that you did. Not only for your family, and not only for us here in KZN, but in the whole country. Lalu Phumule, Dlabazan. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga kakhulu kuMacingwane for the wise and beautiful tribute that he has presented. Ngoba neyiphathe kahle, ngicela ukuniphinda futhi ngenye intombi yakwaZulu. We are left with one item. Sacela uphumelele intombi yakwaZulu. Ikiphinde nje kwaZulu bakwethu kulaba bangakathathi. Kulaba bangakabe nabo phathini, it's a tip nje ukuthi zenzeka lezi kwaZulu ezomculo. Over to you, Dadewethu Phumelelo Zulu. That's greediness. Yeah.
Mphathi wohlelo umndeni wakaBhengu nowakamsizi ubaba uminister uqeda ukusuka la no deputy minister nobuholi bonke bakaKhongolose inkosi yesizwe umama uDube angizwanga ukuthi kuphi ngaze ngibhede bengafanele mina ngize ngicela ukulungisa nje mina ngiseyena umuntu okuthathwa sengiyisalukazi kaZulu futhi unenezana usengiculele bengasafanele ngize kodwa ngoba ngihlonipha umphathi ohlelo ngihlonipha ne-Eagle uThandi ongimemile ukuthi ngizoba khona ngizoculela ubaba wami ngoba ubaba uBhengu bekubaba wami ngoba ngangiyistudent sasedlangezwa yeah
body lifunu tombo Ndakucinga ngezo mini ezadlulayo inhliziyo yami iske ibhadule njenge badi lifunu tombo ndosuka ndithini namsindisi ndithini kodwa ngaphandle kwesithandwa sami sihluthiwe isithandwa sami sithandwa sami sihluthiwe ndosuka ndithini ndosuka ndiyephi qangishiwe nguwe undishiyeleni sithandwa sam undishiyeleni sithandwa sam ndosuka ndithini namsindisi ndithini kodwa ngaphandle kwesithandwa sami ndihluthiwe isithandwa sami sithandwa sami ndihluthiwe ndosuka ndithini ndosuka ndiyephi xa ndishiywe nguwe undishiyeleni sithandwa sam undishiyeleni sithandwa sam.
Siyabonga kakhulu kuphumelele. She was one of our soloists when we're still in Kwadlangezwa. And kusahlangene nje tsikho lokho esikwaziyo siyabonga kakhulu Magebe. Now I'm going to give this opportunity to uNgcolosi ukuthi ngiyaqalaza uNgcolosi ubonga Bengu ukuthi asenzele i-vote of thanks before sithole Sibusiso aphinde futhi asiphe nememezelo then bese siya kwi-benediction. Over to you.
Ngithanda ukunibingelela nonke. Igama senilizwile ngobonga waBhengu. Kuthiwa ngizokwenza into encane nje i-vote of thanks. Angazi noma kushiwo ama-vote of thanks lana noma kuthiwa ngibonga. Oqala ngithanda ukubonga kubafundisi bethu. Ngibonge kakhulu uDean Ndwandwe ngosiphathele inkonzo. Ndawonde njalo, sorry. Ndawonde ngibonge uMinister Mchunu uthas honorishe abe khona la. Bese ngibonga uMC wethu obesiphathele uhlelo usiphathele kahle kakhulu. Ngibonge iband ebesidlalela. Bese ngibonga umphakathi wonke ozile wazosibungaza. Sibonge nokuthi bakhona ade befika ekhaya bezosiduduza kulezi insuku sanjelwe ubaba. Sibonge umama ngokusinakekelela ubaba wethu engaphathekile kahle iminyaka ubaba engaphathekile kahle kodwa umama wabekezela wasihlalela nobaba wethu wamneza. Siyabonga mama. Ngibonge nodadewethu ukusizana nomama obaba engaphilile. Ngiyabonga bodadewethu ngakhohlwa umfowethu Lunga. Nawe mfethu ngiyabonga ukuthi ube usizo kumama nakubaba. Cela siqhubeke bodadewethu nomfowethu singamlahli umama ke sinakekeleni umama ke manje. Uze umama naye abe strong. Kulikhuni kabi ukhanjelwa umuntu wade uphethisene naye. Mama ngithi dudu kuwe awulahlekelwe wedwa nathi silahlekelwe. Bese ngibonga ke nomndeni osuke endaweni ezahlukene ukuthi uzobungaza lolu suku lokuvalelisa ubaba. Ngithi ngibonga kakhulu. Sibonga kakhulu somndeni wakwaBhengu. Ngicela ukwenza imemezolwana nje ezincane ezimbili ezintathu. Kusasa sizoba nenkonzo yokumphelezela ubaba. Izoba Songoye University. Inkonzo izoqala ngo-10 Ongoye. Bese ngicela abomndeni khona ababecela ukuthi kubhaliswe amagama ukuthi bazo-attenda inkonzo yomngcwabo. Ngicela kulawo bomndeni ababebhaliswe amagama ngizocela ukuthi sihlangane Ongoye ngo8:30 ukuze sikwazi ukubekwa ngendlela ezifanele. Njengoba kuthiwa sibhalisa amagama ukuthi sasenzela ukuthi sikwazi ukuhleleka ngokuhlala. Kuzothi ke ngemva kwalokho sengokushilo bese ngimemezela lokho ukuthi kade sihlezi bakithi cishe sekuthanda ukusika nasethunjini. Cela sithi umndeni uzoya ngala then abaphelezeli bethu bazoya lapha ngezansi. Kutholakala okuncane nje kokubambisa ithumbu. Ngiyabonga.
Ngithi angibonge ithubeni ngiphe lona niziphathe kahle and ngifunda okukhulu kunina and hopefully sonke ebesikhona lapha kuningi sikufundile from one another and ngiyabonga kakhulu. Ngizocela ukunikezela manje ku Mageba. Thank you.
Sibonga kakhulu.
Yes.
Siyabonga kakhulu. We have come to the end of our program, the service that was organized in memory of Ubaba Sibusiso Mandlenkosi Emmanuel. Siyazi ke khona into ethi Siyathandaza, siyanikela, siyadumisa thina. Siyathandaza, siyanikela, siyadumisa thina. Siyabonga, we've come to the end of our program, but the advice from the Dean, who is the presiding minister for this service, he said, we have done the Tandaza ring, we have done the Dumisa ring, but we have not done the Nigela ring. So we are going to ask, before the Dean pronounces the benediction, please bear with us, just only 2 minutes. Umnikelo wokubonga uNkulunkulu ngempilo kaBaba uSibusiso Bengu. And then the offerings will be directed to the many programs for the marginalized that the church oversees. As we prepare to open the bigger bag, and in it we take out the smaller bag, and in the smaller bag we take greater that God has given us in them. Unenezana uzoza ngaphambili uzosenzela lo muntu ka 2 minutes sibe sinikela, and then after the Dean we pronounce the benediction. Ngizoqala nenezana sacela usondene. Sesingaqala sinikene. We're going to sing this first verse and then the last verse. Ngiyazi ukuthi leyo kugcina uzothi ukuyinyusa kancane. Oh Lord my God, when I in awesome wonder considered all, singabe sinikene, works thy hand hath made. I see the stars, I hear the rolling thunder, thy path throughout the universe. Asitule sonke, then sings my soul, then sings my soul, my Savior, God to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art. Then sings my soul, my Savior, God to thee. How great thou art. Shall come. Shout of acclamation to take me home. One joy shall fill my heart. Then I will bow in humble adoration. In them proclaim, my God, how great thou art. And sing my soul, my Savior God, to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art. And sing my soul, my Savior God, to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art. And sing my soul, my Savior God, to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art. My soul, my Savior God, to thee. How great thou art, how great thou art. Transition.